TCP/IP predates ARPANET by nearly a period of 2 years. However, one might think that since AX25 has largely. After all, who needs highly trained professionals when the world is filled with IP stacks for CPM? This is, after all, where one of the first TCP. After all, who needs highly trained professionals when the world is professionals when the world is filled with After all, who needs highly trained professionals when the world is filled with licensed radio operators? Who needs highly trained professionals when the world is filled with licensed amateur radio operators? After all, who needs highly trained professionals when the world is filled with licensed amateur radio operators equipped with C compilers? This is, after all, where one of the first known as KA9Q in 1985 and supports both AX25. I need to come clean with you. IP and much more right out the box. It's here where I need with licensed amateur radio operators equipped with C compilers. This is, after all, where one it's here where I need to come clean with you. It's here where I need to come clean with you. This is actually masquerade. It's here where I need to come. It's here where I need to come clean with you. This is actually an amateur radio video masquerading. It's here where I need to come clean with you. This is actually an amateur radio video masquerading as a Linux one, brought to you by masquerading as a Linux. Is actually an amateur radio video masquerading as a Linux one, brought to you by radio video masquerading as a Linux one, brought to you by your local operator KD2JRT, who is sometimes known as NCommander. Brought to you by your local operator KD2JRT, who is sometimes known as NCommander. However, before you all run away screaming, I promise to protocol nerd PIP and much more PIP stacks for CPM and brought to you by your local operator, KD2JRT, who is sometimes known as N Commander. However, before you all run away screaming, I promise to protocol nerds, history lovers, and Linux fans alike will find something here that they'll all enjoy, even if you don't care a bit about radio. Now, with that said, let's talk about radio, or at least the parts you need to know to understand what AX25 is all about. This is a map of This is a map of the radio spectrum and how it's allocated. For those uninitiated in the ancient art of turning EM noise into EM signal, amateur radio, as well as radio as a whole, is a licensed service and is regulated under both international treaty and individual national governments. Here in the United States, it falls under the purview of the FCC. Radio spectrum is a shared resource in our world, and the amateur bands are small pieces of spectrum that members of the general public can, with a license, legally transmit with kilowatts of power. All countries in the world, with the exceptions of North Korea and Yemen, at least provide some provisions for their own citizens to be licensed. Having a license lets you do some really cool things. One might think that since AX25 has largely disappeared in the decades since, it would be easy to think that it was just another obsolete protocol like ARPANET's NCP. However, that's a little bit of an oversimplification. After all, I used AX25 frames to communicate with the International Space Station earlier this year, and it's still commonly used by a small niche I just realized that my mic has been off this entire time. I'm an idiot. Chat, if you don't hear me speaking, please say something. Oh wow, that's embarrassing. Because I'm a professional streamer. Assuming you're still here, Rudy, I hope you're having a wonderful night. I did say hi earlier, but obviously you didn't hear it, as well as MD explains. Yeah, I am firing on all cylinders tonight. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. As I've previously shown, AX-25 is used in amateur digital communications with the International Space Station. It is also regularly used as a transport medium for APRS, a digital mode also used for transporting short... is also used as a transport medium for APRS, a digital mode for transmitting short position reports and text messages. In fact, yeah, I don't need to go into details about APRS. I think I just need that little message. I can't believe I had my mic off. I really feel like an idiot right now. I mean, I know it happens. Like, let's be honest. It's not like that doesn't happen to professionals all the time. Having a license lets you do some really... All right, so this clip can go off to the... this clip can just go away. For data packets sent to the ISS's DigiPeter that while it's largely disappeared from the public internet, AX-25... However, while AX-25... Alright, so let's just snip, cut, and that goes there. Alright, so how's that actually sound? As I've previously shown, AX-25 is used in amateur... As I've previously shown, AX-25 is used in amateur with the is used in amateur digital communication. As I've previously shown, AX-25 is used in amateur digital communications with the International Space Station. It is also used as a transport medium for APRS, a digital mode for transmitting short position reports and text messages. However, while AX-25 is still used, the Linux is also used as a transport medium for APRS. Amateurs typically use third-party userland applications, even on Linux, to generate and transmit AX-25 frames. To understand why that is, we need to talk about what AX-25 actually is under the hood, and then work our way up from there. So I think the easiest way to do here is I think I want to do a time-lapse clip of basically APRS stations coming in. So I think the simplest way to do that. Is there a way I can get this to be 720p? Or 1080p? Okay, so apparently the way you do this is you go to boot. Apparently that's not how you do that. Apparently I can just go to preferences, screen configuration. Nope, that doesn't help. Supposed to have an option there that would let me actually set it. Because in the Pi 3, I could set this to 1080p, and I remember it being there in Raspbian. Oh, there it is. Did I set the resolution correctly? 980. Is this scaled? Doesn't seem like it's scaled. Alright. So, if this is how I'm going to do it, so then what I want to do next... FLReg. Are you just not remembering your settings? No, you are apparently not remembering your settings. You are that. Okay. Connected. How do I make it save its config? Restore, trace, send commands. Okay, so this needs to be on the right frequency net mode. 144. Free 90. So I set, now that that's set, do I have Direwolf running somewhere? Oh, also, apparently the keyboard layout's wrong. Because I am hitting, yeah, I'm hitting colon key. On a British keyboard, where is the pound sign? No, that's completely correct. Why is my... Yeah, I mean, that's what you... What? Hold the phone. So where's the pipe key on a British keyboard? Because I can't seem to figure out where it's supposed to be. Nope, it's not that. I thought it was Alt-GR. Properties. you know what? So be it. I will just use a real keyboard. We can just do it like this. I do have Direwolf running. Yeah, that's fine. Direwolf Siesu. And then that should start decoding packets basically right out of the gate. Because it's on the right frequency band. Let's put that there. And then let me open Xaster. Of course not, because now it's trying to send it over SSH and I need to make the fonts big. Oh, jeez. You ever just get that feeling technology hates you? Because that's how I'm feeling right now. Alright. So... I also get that horrible sensation that the fonts are effed up. Like, this drove me a little bit crazy. Apparently, macOS ships all the proper fonts, considering that its X implementation is not the greatest. And I try it here, and it just goes... Do I not have the fonts installed? No, I didn't actually have the fonts installed. Okay, well, that helps. Alright, so now if I hit fonts... Nope, still broken. Is the font path screwed up? Oh, maybe I just have to do xset fp rehash. I have the horrible feeling that this is happening because I'm actually, that this is actually Wayland in disguise. It's not actually, X. And I have that horrible, horrible sensation that that's actually what's breaking crap right now. I need to actually figure out a font that's going to work, because I kind of need it big. I'm having this powerful urge to just start smacking my head into the desk over and over again. Okay, so the pipe key was between Z and the left shift. Yeah, nope, that doesn't help me, and I'm still not sure why it's broken. I'm assuming this is X Wayland being garbage. Because this X fonts are not they're not even all that commonly used. They basically died in the 90s. So it doesn't surprise me that I'm hitting some pain points. So like an xget command. We did actually end up with a lot more. Okay, so I can actually... Okay, you know what? I can actually increase the... Yeah, but I do that, and then more shit breaks. God damn it. The only other APRS client for Linux is in Java. I don't even know how well that's going to run on a Raspberry Pi 5. It's also possible that there's more fonts that I need. Like, let me try Xfonts based. Yeah, okay, now we're starting to get there. And then I think I also need traditional. Alright, now it's just generating all the fonts. Because I actually want this to be, you know, readable on camera. Alright, do I have fonts now? So if I go to fixed... No, of course not. Why would that work? Oh, hold on. Maybe? Oh, that's progress. It can't seem to use... okay, hold on. So I set this to 24, and then I set... It can't be slant. I think you have to be... Yeah, that works. Okay, well, that's kind of obnoxious, but fine. At least I can change the fonts. So let's make it bigger. Although, you know, the fact of the matter is it does actually look like I already did turn up the fonts. Hold on. Let me just restart Xaster and see if it loads in properly now. Because that does actually look like that's what the fonts I normally use. Because aside from the menu font... No, not quite yet. Okay, so I have to actually use Courier, which I shouldn't need to, but whatever. There's also no copy and paste here, which is one of the things that drives me really crazy about. Like, I like Xaster as a client for multiple reasons, although I recognize it's very clunky software. All right, so select, quit, and then Helvetica. And as I say that, I suddenly think and calcium has been neutralized. And if you know what that is, I salute you. All right, let me try that. Okay, you know what? That's better. So let's try, let's do a little bit of a reboot. Actually, before I do a reboot, because I can just add the config file by hand, and it's way easier than using that thing. I also have this config PDX here. What is this? Lucky Man was at the top. Okay, all right. So that's no help. I think what happens is, I think this is Wayland blowing up partially. Helvetica. Okay. Medium. Yeah, this is definitely having some, like, I have never seen this problem with Xaster before, which makes me wonder if, like, this is a Wayland issue. Also, that was some really impressive network lag. Considering it's on freaking Wi-Fi, it should not be having that problem. You know what, I can just leave the TCP IP symbol for what it is. Assuming I can now just, you know... Why is my Raspberry Pi having... Alright, you know, I'm just gonna reboot the damn thing. Because apparently it's just not having it today. When in doubt, just reboot. I'm just waiting for it to come back now. Knowing my luck, it's not going to come back. Oh, it's back on SSH. VNC's not up yet. I'm really loving technology right now. There we go. Okay, so that's loading in. That's still loading in. Processing. Like, is it trying to load a map? It might be trying to load a map. That would actually explain it. Although why it's taking that long. Oh, I know what it's doing. It's going to time out here in a moment. It's probably, if this is an old copy of the config, it's trying to connect to the old Raspberry Pi, and it's got to time out before it's going to keep going. Yep, there it is. Connection failed. Socket connection 1. Refused. Okay, I don't even know. Okay, so that's me. And then let's make this big. We'll just zoom in a fair bit. So then what we can do here is configure, wrong button, filter data. I actually only want to see what I hear direct. Okay, apparently I'm actually hearing that card direct. Now, do I want to put a map on this? Which one of these looks better? Because what I want to basically have it do is time lapse as it reads in a full next cycle. So it takes about 30 minutes for it to do it, but I think it'll be actually a really nice clip once it's all said and done. Now we just gotta wait for it to download all the maps. Apparently, it's quite possible that I tried doing streaming over Wi-Fi here a few weeks ago at this point, and I had quite a few problems in doing so. The Wi-Fi router I have arrived at the place, and I already had to nuke and pave it, but I have the suspicion it's not working very well in the living room. Also, the maps do not appear to have actually loaded in. If I set the picture quality to low, are you more responsive? No. Okay, but I can capture that. Did it just not... No, I think it's still loading map tiles. Oh, you know, it would have a completely cold cache if this is a fresh install, which I believe it is, although... Here, let me see here. Map chooser. What maps is this even trying to use? I don't know why. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is X Wayland having a lot of problems. It's got an online map enabled, but I'm not sure which one it's actually trying to use. Come on. Alright, let's disable that. Let's try the cycle map. I've had decent luck with this. Let me see if it starts downloading tiles. Honestly, I feel like I should just try, you know, maybe I should just try and do this over, instead of doing this in VNC, I should just, you know, run Xaster locally and record it, or any other APRS client. Yeah, this isn't even usable. Alright, fine, plan B. That's how that's gonna work. Let's load up Xming. And then Putty. Where did that open up on? Did it open up on the Pi? Did it... Hold on. Export, grep, display. Yeah, that would do that. Alright, yeah, I think I need to disable, what was it? Bayou disable. Yeah. I am apparently just suffering. Technology hates me. There we go. Freak, that took way more effort than I wanted it to. Let me see if I make the fonts bigger, if it will help, because they still look pretty tiny to me. 24. That's good enough. Oh, I see. It's loading default fonts because fixed. This is fine. Everything here is fine. Of course, now the fonts here are completely broken. Fine. 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 You know what? This is fine. This is all fine. APRS. I'm just going to grab a different APRS client. Do I have... I actually do have Pinpoint installed, and I have... You know what? Can I just load pinpoint? What do I want to put for the comment? I feel like I should put a comment, but I have no idea what that comment should be. And also, what am I gonna say as the station icon? Fine, we'll just use the house. Wide 1-1 because I don't want to be all that noisy. Except for the fact that I was talking about doing this on Linux, and it's like, shit. This was an entirely unexpected problem. All right. Do I want to just give it one more try before I completely give up my sanity? Like, I almost, I almost wonder if just going to 720p was actually be the winning move here. I just don't really want to use the low resolution. I don't really have all that many strong opinions about Linus. The most I'll say is he can be very abrasive, although he's actually admitted that he's made steps to work on that, and like I have to respect that. But let's be honest, there's a lot of things a person can be worse than an asshole, and let's be honest, he's a fairly justified asshole. Linux is his project, so it's like, whatever. Yeah, let me just drop the screen resolution down because maybe this is just taxing it too much. Although the fact that like the pie is just like keeling over is killing me. Alright, maybe it'll be happier like this? I don't know. Yeah. Like I said, the biggest thing you can say about Linus is he's an asshole. It's like, okay. I don't... Fine. You know, we'll just do it with a Windows app, and the reason we'll do it with a Windows app is because the map will actually look a lot better. Alright. Are you actually loading? You're flickering the screen a lot, but you don't seem to be actually doing anything. Because of course not. Why would anything work tonight? You can't even see it because it's flickering on the other screen. I can't... Can I get Task Manager open, please? I have one idea left. I don't know if it's actually going to work, but we'll try it. Let me try using Xaster from the Chromebook. Because the Chromebook is actually not online because it's not plugged in. God damn it. If I just leave Xaster running, does it like actually recover at a point? Because if it does recover, I can at least use it. What's the story about Bcache FS? Isn't that the thing that, like, with ButterFS, that you could, like, put ButterFS on a spinning Rust hard drive and then have it use an SSID as a cache? Because I vaguely remember reading about it, but I've never used it. Well, we have lots of spinning hourglass. I'm assuming it's trying to do something with the maps, and that's why it's completely broken right now. All right, Paige. Hey, look, I understand trolling. I would say that LK Linux kernel mailing list kind of has a reputation of being kind of there's a lot of people that have complained about having to deal with the attitude on LKML. I don't know how much Linus actually contributes to it directly, because I haven't been involved with Linux. I haven't been involved in kernel development in a very long time. I remember it wasn't exactly... Yeah, you know what? I don't even know what to do right now because I don't know why this isn't working. That's so much for getting anything useful done today. Alright, you know what? We'll just come back to that section. I need a copy of the OSI model. I'm really hoping the image is... Okay, so here's something from Wikipedia Commons. What's it actually licensed under? course, there's no handy infographic here. I could either make one or... Yeah, there's one here that's GNU free document license. I don't mind using something if I can't, like if I need to actually use an image, that's fair use. But something like this, I probably should create by hand if that's really what it's going to come down to. Let me just do a... All right, so why don't we, all right, let me just throw some things down. Let me see what I can actually work with. OSI stands for... What we can do is we can put that up like this. Can I get a bullet point, please? Bullet points. I think we have to make this a little smaller, because then I can just have this basically come in one at a time. So if I put you at 500 pixels, yeah, that's not enough. What about at 475? It doesn't have to be perfect. 200 pixel spacing actually works well. OSI model, presentation. Right, I have to actually justify these. DaVinci Resolve really, it doesn't have very good text tools, which is one of my largest complaints about it. All right, so layer 6. 110. I am not convinced I'm happy with this. Data 2. But I also don't know what else to do short of either making a graphic or not. Because basically, and you know what? Hold on. And then... So how long do I talk about the OSI model? Because now I gotta fix the timing.
So, let's break it down. Before we get into AX25 itself, let's first look at how data packets...
Come on.
third-party userland applications, even on Linux, to generate and transmit AX25 frames. To understand why that is, we need to talk about what AX25 actually is under the hood, and then work our way up from there. So, let's break it down. Let's first look at how data packets are transported over Ethernet. This is the OSI...
Alright, so what I want... Yeah, so here we do. So what we can do is we can just basically stagger these in to come in one after another after another. So... something like... this. And then we just set the fade in on each element. Grab the background, and let's just see how that looks.
This is the OSI model of how data protocols interact to form the modern internet. In effect, each layer represents how internet traffic gets from point to point. At the top, we have layer 7, which is the application layer. YouTube.
All right, yeah, actually, I think we are getting somewhere here with this.
At the top, we have layer 7.
And then we'll just make it a little bigger.
Modern internet. In effect, each layer represents how internet traffic gets from point to point. At the top, we have layer 7, which is the application layer. YouTube.
Nope, that's not what I actually wanted. I'm sort of happy with this, and I sort of hate it. Let me fix, let me adjust the spacing and the sizing a little bit. So if we make the sizing... did I make the... I think I made the sizing a little too big, because I don't think that's going to fit. Oh, no, maybe. If I just move everything... if I just move this up... And I also just realized that now that's getting flipping cropped off because, of course, it is. Oh, I know what's causing that. Open Infusion. Yeah, that would do it. It's due to the way it's justifying it. Crap. The problem is if I change where the anchor is, I can make that work. I'm just gonna have to manually adjust that for. Like I said, DaVinci Resolve's text tools are garbage, and they are still drastically improved from what they used to be, which is what the part that really frustrates me. Presentation, because it basically implements them all as fusion effects, and this mostly works until it doesn't. Alright, I just think I gotta fix the spacing a little bit, and then... What's confusing me is that the order of the elements are actually back to front. So that's 6, so that's 5. And then we just position it like that. Alright, so how's that look?
Packets are transported over Ethernet. This is the OSI model of how data protocols interact to form the modern internet. In effect, each layer represents how internet traffic gets from point to point. At the top, we have layer 7, which is the application layer. We have layer 7, which is the application layer. YouTube itself.
And then I just want a copy of the YouTube logo. I really hate making infographics. They take so much time to do. Probably some people who are going to complain because they might say that, but you know what? So you know what? Let me get a version of YouTube with the actual like logo. Well, I think a lot of it's going to come down to is, I mean, the main advocate for Rust in the kernel gave up. I don't know what that means for Rust going forward in the kernel, but there was just so many people that were, you know, there was a lot of drama over it. Like, I haven't been particularly happy with how the Linux kernel has been in a long time. Also, this clip doesn't belong here. Sorry, not the Linux kernel. How Linux as an ecosystem has been. It's, well, I ultimately switched back to Windows because of DaVinci Resolve, but more recently, especially getting a Mac, or going back to Mac because I used to have one in the past, it just works, and it's
an
like
example of what exists on layer 7. It's an application that runs over the internet. Going down the layers of the stack, we deal with the individual building blocks that create the...
Alright, so...
itself, it is an example of what exists on layer 7. It's an application that runs over the internet. Going down the layers of the stack, we deal with the individual building blocks that create the modern internet. For understanding AX25,
Okay, so what I wanted to do is have all of them except for the bottom ones to start fading out, and then once they all fade away, they'll move up to the top.
we mostly care about layers 1, 2. Understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1.
Alright, and then here...
care about...
Alright, and then you take a position object, and then you move up here. And then we do the same here.
We mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3.
Alright, I like that. I just need the effect to last longer. So...
we mostly care about...
hold on. If I want this to actually show position, because it's not what I want. Here we go. Position. Yeah. Shows how often I actually do animation in this program. I actually took a course to help me learn Resolve better so I could make higher quality content.
There's one. Layers 1, 2, and we mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3, which represent the physical, data link, and network layers of a given network, or in other words, how they're physically plugged in, how devices in a network segment coordinate with each other.
I'm mostly mentally thinking about how I want to structure this, because I'm a little bit... Can I pop out? You know what? Hold on. Can I go into dual screen mode? The answer is yes, but that doesn't actually help me in any way. Turn off dual screen. Oh, here we go. Full screen. You know, I want a full screen timeline. Because now I can see the preview on the other side. Oh, that is so much nicer. Okay, so let me move the primary display there, and then the secondary display. Yeah, all right, that's easier for me to work with right now.
Itself is an example of what exists on layer 7. It's an application that runs over the internet. Going down the layers of the stack, we deal with the individual building blocks that create the modern internet. For understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3, which represent the physical, data link, and network layers of a given network. Layer 2 and 3, which represent the physical, data link, and network layers of a given network. Or in other words, how they're physically plugged in, how devices in a network segment layers of a given network. Or for a typical home internet connection, layer 1 either takes the form
Okay, yeah, hold on. I think I know how I want to do this. So we need to split the timeline up a little bit more. So let me get to where the transition transform is. Also, I just realized that the
AX25, we mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3.
I've also apparently screwed up the timings. Hold on. I've got to actually add additional notes because this is so I have the whole timeline up full screen on the other one because I can't deal with it in the small size, and I'm still struggling with this. Can I not rename these on the timeline? No, of course, that would be way too easy. Alright, so where is layer 3 on this? Layer 1, layer 2.
One care about layers 1, 2, and 3.
so that's where it's supposed to be. Come on. Like every time it just snaps back. All right, you know what? Screw it. Let me just put a new
AX25, we mostly care about layers 1.
So this is layer 3 network. So why is your transformations like completely screwed up? Position Y. I feel like Resolve has completely lost its mind on me. Here, let me take it out of dual screen mode. What's happening is when I try and set the timing, it just isn't having it.
Care about layers 1, 2, and 3. Understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1, 2.
You know what? Just nope. I don't want to reset the position. I just want to delete all the marks here. Let's go up here. So that's where it starts. And let's make a new keyframe here. Like so. This has to also be nudged slightly to the left.
We mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3, which represent the physical, data link, and network layers of a given network.
Okay. So I think then what I want to do is we'll keep that one there. This one we're going to lower and we'll keep here. And then what I'll do is I can write in text to basically to fill out the video space. It's like
Going down the layers of this.
all right, so how's this basically looking thus far?
Over Ethernet. This is the OSI model of how data protocols interact to form the modern internet. In effect, each layer represents how internet traffic gets from point to point. At the top, we have layer 7, which is the application layer. YouTube itself is an example of what exists on layer 7. It's an application that runs over the internet. Going down the layers of the stack, we deal with the individual building blocks that create the modern internet. For understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, yeah, you know what? I'm good with that. That actually works. That actually looks quite nice. Okay, so then we take that, and then let's grab another text title. make you small. Data from... Apparently I'm going to have to make this really small. Alright, so how do I want to describe the layer 3 layer? Handles, routing, packets. Let me see if the OSI definition actually has a good way of defining this. Handles routing and traffic control over the internet. TCP IP exists here. And then we can anchor it. And then, okay, so when do these... So right about here.
Over Ethernet. This is the OSI model of how data protocols interact to form the modern internet. In effect, each layer represents how internet traffic gets from point to point. At the top, we have layer 7, which is the application layer. YouTube itself is an example of what exists on layer 7. It's an application that runs over the internet. Going down the layers of the stack, we deal with the individual building blocks that create the modern internet. For understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1.
Oh, I gotta fix that fade out. 1, 2, 3.
AX25, we mostly...
Where's transport? Yeah, you need to be over here and just a little longer.
Blocks that create the modern internet. For understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3, which represent the physical, data link, and network layers of a... 1, 2, and 3, which represent the physical.
Actually, I'm really happy with how that came out. Like, that looks like the way that like it really shows how much a little animation can actually go a long way. So, because this is basically a minute-long monologue, which I could either have one still image over, or I can have the layers move and add explanations about. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. I got a little bit too much in the zone. I have actually been thinking about getting a MacBook Pro a MacBook Air myself. I've been pretty happy with my Pro, but it's a little obnoxiously heavy. That being said, this year has been painfully expensive, partially due to the move. So I'm gonna kick it down the can. So Paige, I actually used to use Kdenlive, and I actually prefer it for simpler videos. The main problems I have with Kdenlive is that its transition stuff works really strangely, to put it bluntly, because you can only transition between 2 tracks. You can't transition between 2 clips within a track, or at least if you can do it, I can't figure out how to do it, and I couldn't figure it out, and the manual doesn't seem to suggest it's possible. The largest problem I had with Kdenlive is that on very large projects, it really was struggling to churn through everything, and its audio processing tools were completely garbage. I had to just completely do the audio in Audacity and just do the WAV files. Resolve itself has a full audio editor. I can even record in Resolve itself directly, but I actually find that it's a little bit more clunkier than recording the basic voice clips in Audacity and importing WAV files. But I can do all the processing, audio cleanup, and tuning inside Resolve without having to break out without having to keep shelling out to Audacity. So that saves me a lot of time overall. Plus, it also gives me a much better capability for color correction. All right, so let me just see how this all comes together.
Packets are transported over Ethernet. This is the OSI model of how data protocols interact to form the modern internet. In effect, each layer represents how internet traffic gets from point to point. At the top, we have layer 7, which is the application layer. YouTube itself is an example of what exists on layer 7. It's an application that runs over the internet. Going down the layers of the stack, we deal with the individual building blocks that create the modern internet. For understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3, which represent the physical, data link, and network layers of a given network. Or, in other words, how they're physically plugged in, how devices in a network segment coordinate with each other, and how traffic is routed between individual segments. For a typical home internet connection, layer 1
Okay, so then the explanation here basically fades off. So let's grab these 3 clips. You're the layer 1 one. Yep. So let me put a cut in you, because you're about to move, and then these are going to fade out here.
Layer 1 either takes the form of...
It's a little too long. Let's try, I don't know, like this.
For a
Let's add a position thing. Another position thing. Now I need a picture of my router. Speaking of my router, where the hell's my damn cell phone? Like, that's kind of what I need, right about now. Okay, actually, where is my cell phone? Knowing me, I'm a genius, and it's probably in the car, and I'm feeling it's. I really don't want to go to the car if I don't have to. No, it's not there. I thought it was in my jacket. Hold on, let me get the laptop and let me find my it. Ah. Oh, I hear it ringing. Okay, I was completely correct. It was in my sweatshirt. It just wasn't in the sweatshirt I checked. Oh, I'm very smart. All right. So now, let me take a photo of layer 1. Because unlike most internet things, you can physically see layer 1. And then I think the easiest way to actually get it to me is if I send it to myself on Discord. Okay, here we go. Chat, look, it's layer 1. And I can just crop the top a little. Wait, I cropped top. Oh, right, because the image is rotated. So it'd be crop right.
For a typical home internet
Okay, hold on. How's this all look?
with each other and how traffic is routed between individual segments. For a typical typical home internet connection, layer individual segments. Between individual segments. For a for For a typical home internet connection, layer 1 either takes the form of a wired Ethernet connection or an 802.11 Wi-Fi network, but realistically it's any method of connecting 2 points together. Moving up the stack, is
because then this becomes, you know what, and we can just like move this almost all the way down. Because this becomes layer 2 data link. Of course, it's not going to be that easy. Because the text isn't justified. Why would that be easy? Like, you know, it's only like... Honestly, sometimes I feel like I should make my videos in PowerPoint. I feel like I'd get a better end result. Because sometimes I feel like half my videos are just... I don't want to say they're glorified PowerPoint presentations, but... then we can just cross dissolve between the two of these.
any method of connecting 2 points together. Moving up the stack, layer 2 takes the form.
Alright, so I think the easiest thing to show for layer 2 is just the anatomy of an 802.11 frame. Alright, so if I get back on the Raspberry Pi and I just try and open Wireshark, are you going to implode in horrible, horrible ways?
Of 802.3 Ethernet frames, which are identical between Wi-Fi and wired connections. Layer 2 protocols are almost always local and are not routed, and if we look closely, we can see that 802.11 frames are addressed to Ethernet.
Yeah, that works. That actually shows exactly what I want to actually show. Let me just clean up that cropping a little bit.
We can see that 802.11 frames are addressed to the medium access control address or MAC address of a given interface. Layer 2 protocols essentially act as carriers within a small area, while Layer 3
and then I think I'm just going to take a break here in a brief moment. Just because this is incredibly tedious work.
while Layer 3 contains the actual IP packet.
Alright, so then we go back to here and collapse this. I'm almost wondering if I should also include layer 4, just for completion's sake. I haven't decided if I do or do not want to actually do that.
And routing information, including both the source and destination IP addresses.
And we need another bit of music for this section.
However, each part of the stack a file share over AppleTalk instead of one over SMB or NFS. Or MAC address of a given interface. Layer 2 protocols essentially act as carriers within a small area, while Layer 3 contains the actual IP packet and routing information, including both the source and destination IP addresses. However, each part of the stack...
So, you know what? I kind of like this music clip for the whole thing. Let me just... Yeah, let's actually do that. Let me just adjust the volume so I'm happy with it. Get an audio crossfade going. Because we're moving to a new section, so the music cue
building
actually
blocks
matters.
that create the modern internet. For understanding over Ethernet. This is the OSI model of how data protocols interact to form the modern internet. In effect, over Ethernet. This is the OSI model of how data protocols interact to form the modern internet. In effect, each layer represents how internet traffic gets from point to point. At the top, we have layer 7, which is the application layer. YouTube itself is an example of what exists on layer 7. It's an application that runs over the internet. Going down the layers of the stack, we deal with the individual building blocks that create the modern internet. For understanding AX25, we mostly care about layers 1, 2, and 3, which represent the physical, data link, and network layers of a given network. Or in other words, how they're physically plugged in, how devices in a network segment coordinate with each other, and how traffic is routed between individual segments. For a typical home internet connection, layer 1 either takes the form of a wired Ethernet connection or an 802.11 Wi-Fi network, but realistically, it's any method of connecting 2 points together. Moving up the stack, layer 2 takes the form of 802.3 Ethernet frames, which are identical between Wi-Fi and wired connections. Layer 2 protocols are almost always local and are not routed, and if we look closely, we can see that 802...
Alright, you know what? Nah, this is not the track. I think I'm just going to loop the Liquid Time one, because I kind of like this one. And like I said, the background music, the main purpose of the background music is it covers up certain imperfections in the voice recording,
which are identical between Wi-Fi and wired connections. Layer 2 protocols are almost always local and are not routed, and if we look closely, we can see that 802.11 frames are addressed to the medium access control address or MAC address of a given interface. Layer 2 protocols essentially act as carriers within a small area, while Layer 3 contains the actual IP packet and routing information.
Okay, so those need some crossfades.
While Layer 3 contains the actual IP packet and routing information, including both the source and destination IP addresses. However, each part of the stack can be interchanged to some extent. For example, layers 1 and 2 used to
think we can cut this off here. I'm just not sure what the visual I want here. Or maybe I can just moving up the stack.
AX25, we mostly care about layers 1. Changed to some extent. For example, layers 1 and 2 used to have a lot more variety in both home and business markets.
So I basically just cut this like that, and then go like this, and we'll just cut a little bit more off so it just gets rid of all the animation.
Example, layers 1 and 2 used to have a lot.
Yeah, you know what? That there we go. That actually
2 used to have a lot.
Actually, since networks are at the
Used
top.
to have a change to some extent. For example, layers 1 and 2 used to have a lot more variety in both home.
What happened
happened to layer 1? Oh, right. That's what happened to layer 1. That needs to be pasted here. And then you come all the way down here.
You likely used Apple's own low-layer network protocol known as AppleTalk. Meanwhile, many businesses addresses. However, each part of the stack can be interchanged to some extent. For example, layers 1 and 2 used to have a lot more variety in both home and business markets. For example, if you used a Mac in the 80s or 90s, you likely used Apple's own low-layer network protocol known as AppleTalk. Meanwhile, many businesses adopted Token Ring, which itself was an early competitor to Ethernet. However, from the perspective of a user, accessing a web server via a Token Ring network is no different than accessing one over Ethernet or Wi-Fi. The same can be said for downloading a file from a file share over AppleTalk instead of one over SMB or NFS. However, these protocols do not contain unique features that make it easy to comply with the corpus of laws and regulations that oversee amateur radio operation. These rules, which in the United States are known as
Yeah, I think that actually does it. I mean, this section's a little bit long. How long is this? I mean, that's a 30-second section just staying on this one frame. I mean, I could linger on it. I don't know if it would actually matter.
the corpus of laws and regulations that oversee markets. For example, if you used a Mac in the 80s or 90s, you likely used Apple's own low-layer network protocol known as AppleTalk. Meanwhile, many businesses adopted Token Ring.
Yeah, I think I can just completely, I think I can just get rid of this entire section.
These rules, which the same can be said for downloading a file. However, these protocols do not contain unique features that make it easy to comply with the corpus of law.
I think I need to change this section right here. Hey Robert, sorry, I've been looking a little bit I've been a little bit in the zone, so I haven't been watching that closely. I mean, technically speaking, I can use BGP. In fact, if I request an allocation larger than a /24 from RDAC, they will give me the paperwork to get a host to announce it on my behalf. So if I really wanted to do BGP, I could entirely do BGP. Alright, I'm going to take a brief break because I think I need to figure out how I'm going to change this section. But I think that breakdown of the OSI model is actually quite good. Yeah, I'm just simply going to take a brief break, and then we're going to figure out where we go from here. Okay. I wonder if I can just delete this sentence. Yeah, I think I can just delete it because it's already a long video as is. Yeah, I think I can just delete that. Let me see how the voiceover sounds if I just, chop that bit off. I think it's here.
Portrait of what makes AX25 form or another. here where we reach our first states are known as Part 9 form. It's here where we SMB or NFS. Downloading a file.
Nope, hold on. I want to actually go forward in time.
Layers 1 and 2 used to have a lot more variety in both home and to some extent. For example, layers 1 and 2 used to have a However, each part of the stack can be two protocols essentially act as carriers within a small area, while layer 3 contains the actual IP packet and routing information, including both the source and destination IP addresses. However, each part of the stack can be interchanged to some extent. For example, layers 1 and 2 of what makes AX25 such a unique beast. Instead of using unique identifiers encoded, here where we reach our first major departure of what makes addresses. Addresses.
So how do I modify the script here?
Instead of using unique it's here where we reach our first major departure of what makes AX25 such a unique beast. Our first major departure of what makes AX25 such a unique beast.
When was the OSI model first defined? No, it was actually defined at that point. I think I'm going to have to actually get the Chromebook running because I don't think I have the packet traces I need. I don't remember saving them, so let me plug in Mr. Let's plug in the Chromebook. Oh. My brain just feels like putty right now. Alright. Chromebook is charging. Oh, Chromebook is charging. And is booting up now. Maybe I can actually get that time lapse I need by running Xaster off the Chromebook, because I've done that before successfully. When I was working at Mixer, I did some experiments with SCTP, but there's so much... The support for it is so miserable. It's like, I didn't get anything out of it, because I couldn't do multicast on Mixer. At the time, on... this was before Microsoft bought Mixer. I had to use point-to-point links for routing video traffic on the back end for FTL. I had wanted to use multicast, but it wasn't viable because it wasn't supported on the cloud provider we were using. It may have been possible, but realistically speaking, IGMP sort of kind of sucks. All right. Let me see. Now that the Chromebook is booted up, can we like open Putty up? Let me do a restart session. Like, is Xaster actually going to behave here? Yeah, actually it does look like it's going to behave here. Now, can I make the map bigger? Sort of. Of course it's not that simple because I can't use font select. says Direwolf is running. And it is apparently running. Okay, so what I can do is I can record this clip running on the other monitor. And then I can just zoom in. There we go. Now, I just need to make it listen for packets, and I can just record the clips I need. That's about 50-kilometer range, so I think if I just do like that. I feel like the font should be bigger than that because it's a little hard to see. Seven. Oh, that's how you copy and paste. Right, because this is a Motif app. This is old and ancient software. Three, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, and that just causes the crash. I'm screaming on the inside right now, chat. I honestly wonder if it's just easier if I like start a VM and do it in that. Do I have a useful Linux VM? No, of course not. That would be too easy. Do I have it in VirtualBox? No. Stop. That's actually not what I want. I just don't get why everything else except Xaster seems to be like working fine. And then when I try Xaster, it just goes kablooey. Give it one more try. Then hopefully it just times out and everything will be okay. Hey Paige, I hope you have a good night. I'm assuming it's doing something with trying to load the maps. And it just kind of failing. Like, are you like what is Putty doing? Not Putty. Yeah, not Synthwave. Void Listener. Yeah, nope, it's just broken. Because of course it is. Yeah, you know what? We'll just turn off all the other maps. You gonna behave now? Yeah, so the only thing you have here is localhost. You're not even trying to connect to the kernel AX25 stack. Slot delay, guess mode, int. This I don't think you are. Unless I'm completely misunderstanding how... Yeah, no, device type 0 means it just doesn't exist. I mean, the only other thing I could try is completely deleting my config file and hoping for the best, which may be what I actually need to do, because maybe it's trying to load an invalid font. Yeah, it's great. Let me try using Yak. Yeah, I actually need a working APRS client to do this next part. So until I actually figure that one out, and I have no idea why it's not working. I'm just mentally thinking right now. I do have the larger font size basically working on my MacBook Pro, but yeah, I'm guessing at this point it's time to retire X Aster. Aside from the fact that I actually refer to X Aster in the script because I had it working beforehand and now it's just completely... Yeah. That. Alright. Let me just try it again over X and just see if it's like better behaved. Yeah, like if I actually connected to a real X server, it seems a lot less broken. Is it because the fonts are not installed in Xming? I mean, they should be. No, the fonts are actually shipped separately. That would explain it. Right, I'm just going to install all the fonts. Alright, so now let me restart Xming. Now I get connection refused. Oh, right, because, you know, it actually helps if you restart the server. Hey, look! Big fonts. My God. That took an obnoxious amount of effort to get working. Okay, so are you actually talking to anything? Okay, so you're airing out because of connection refused. I actually really need this clip, so I think I'm just going to let it record a time lapse. And I guess we're just going to sit here and watch it because I also need to make sure it's like doing what I expect it to do. And what I can do is go to the map chooser, topic that the map I want? Yeah, you know what, that works. Let's see here. Can we get a better map than that one? Like, sort of? That one doesn't work. Oh, interesting. That's all the rivers in the area. Let's try imagery only. What shaded relief only? Oh, that's shiny. All right. Problem with the map up is it does run quite a bit slower. But this should show all the stations in the local area. So let me get OBS out. And I just want this to do display capture on... What is this, Monitor 3? Yeah. Then what we can do is we can take incoming data. Once I have the interface control set up. Kind of wish the map was a little better than that. Do I prefer image topography? So the distance is 20 kilometers. So I can see here. I mean, that's pretty much my entire, the entire area. Let's make the station size a little bigger because that's still a little hard to see. Like, let's make the station font 24. Wow, that broke it entirely. What, do you not have a... Does your font top out 20? Oh god, it might. Okay, apparently it does. Apparently it doesn't support... Apparently it doesn't support font sizes bigger than that. Sure, why don't we go with that? All right. So now let's connect the interface control. So that's down and up. Actually, no, we can just basically do this. Oh no, I can't resize that. That's kind of annoying. But yeah, see now you have there's another station that just basically popped into existence right there. Okay. So as we hear more stations, it'll continue to do the net cycle. So I think if I just basically set it like this, start recording, and then all I gotta do is station configure, clear all stations. And now we wait. Because as stations show up, it'll start filling more and more of the map in. Actually, let me make sure I have all stations enabled. Filter data. So what's it currently hearing? Actually, I think I'm going to have this really zoomed out. Because this will show stations basically all over the state. Filter data. I am going to turn off weather stations. And then we'll just put this up here. And then all I gotta do is configure, clear all stations, and then restart the recording. So as more stations get heard, it'll basically start drawing on the map. Like, just like that. So when HTC got heard, and basically this entire map is going to fill in over the next half hour. So I think I might actually just, yeah, I think I'm just going to let it record this clip because I kind of, before I do that, actually I should have the map have as much of, it's hard to get, like, making a good time lapse is actually really hard. I guess I don't have to show the entire map. I just need to be relatively close to the center of it. I think I do want the... Yeah, I guess that's... I think that's about the best I'm going to get. Unless I just turn the map off entirely. Not that much. Let me try the tiger maps, because I also remember those work pretty well. Map not found in cache. Okay, that doesn't help. Also doesn't help. Also doesn't help. Yeah, honestly, I think that is the best one I've tried, is just using the topography map like that. Cool. Alright, so if that's actually how we're going to do this... And what I can do is we can make this slightly smaller so the two don't directly overlap. We do something like this. Apparently I got super zoomed in. Yeah, you know what? I'm good with this. I'm actually, because it's realistically probably not going to hear all that much in the corner. All right. Start recording. Configure. Clear all stations. And then I'm just going to sit here and let it run as it decodes new packets. All right, so this is going to take 30 minutes for it to do the full cycle. Well, I know it's done when the Aloha circle shows up. But unfortunately, that means we're just basically going to be waiting 30 minutes for it to basically do its thing. I don't even want to I don't even want to touch the computer right now because yeah, see, like right now we're watching a whole bunch of packets go to and from because we're currently hearing telemetry data from Eugene. And so we'll hear other stations pop up. Actually, no, I just realized we should do this. We should actually have this over here. The reason we should have that over here is simply because it's on the ocean, so you're really not going to have to see it all that much. On a basic APRS network, the net cycle is 30 minutes. So every station will beacon at least a minimum once every 30 seconds. And make sure I hit the start recording button. The band does seem quiet tonight. So that was a yep. So we're hearing. So that's the saddle digipeater. And it's basically each station in the area. It'll automatically just basically get plotted on this map. My brain is completely... Hey, welcome, Decarmich. Right now, we are literally watching paint dry, even by my standards. I need to make this into a time-lapse, and I need footage of X-Aster actually running. So the easiest way to do that is let it run, and... I mean, we can definitely keep an eye out. So basically what Saddle is, it's a digipeater, and we'll see more and more of them fill up in the map as time goes on. Can I open a new window? Yes, I can. I can open a new window. I want to make sure I want to see if I'm actually broadcasting any packet. It says I am. It said, well, you know what? APRS may have not sent one yet. Yep, so there's the boring digipeater. Boring doesn't hear me, although I hear it because my antenna is facing away from it. And like right now, we just heard Kilo Foxtrot 7 Tango Hotel Zulu. And that's actually a vehicle with a tracker on it. This map's about to get filled in very quickly. All right, let me set a stopwatch. Because like I said, this has to run for 30 minutes for it to hear the full net cycle. And I'm going to have to figure out a better, I'm going to have to figure out a better APRS solution. I think I'm just going to have to start using Yak. I've tried APRS ICE32. I liked how it showed digipeating paths, but I didn't like a whole lot of other things about it. So that's another car we just witnessed, or a truck actually. God, I look so out of place with a 2 call sign because 2 is New York, New Jersey. 7 is Oregon, Washington, I believe Idaho. 0 is the center of the country, and I think Cali is 9. I just can't remember off the top of my head. So, we now are watching paint dry. And I'm hoping this is going to be a usable clip when all is said and done. That being said, that feels like a lot less APRS traffic than I'm used to seeing. That being said, it's also 2 in the morning, so maybe a lot of no, there isn't. Maybe there's just not all that much to hear. Let me see what APRS FI actually is showing for the. What? Apparently, I sent a location report saying I'm still in Vancouver. I'm not completely sure when I did that. I really need to start just using dedicated SSIDs for things. Like my home station should just be 0, and then when I'm not here, it should be 1. Like I shouldn't be trying to get fancy about this. Actually, I also turned off all the weather stations. Yeah, let's try this one more time from the top. Before I do that, though, let me actually transmit a packet just so my location report is accurate. Did it actually go out? K2JRT. Am I now in Oregon according to... Yeah, I am actually now in Oregon. Okay. Don't touch it. Yeah, so those are the that's the first weather station we've actually heard. That's the Happy Valley repeater. Sort of why I turned off weather stations, but also watching the map fill in very quickly is kind of satisfying in its own way. Like, there's another one. That one's almost all the way down. That's south of Salem. I am hearing them via... I'm hearing them through W7 SRA, which here's a... I don't know how I hear that repeater. I don't feel like I should. It's all the way in flippin' Salem. Like, if it's on top of a mountain, it's possible that I'm hearing it legitimately, but I'm still surprised that I'm hearing it. I really do need to figure out, like, a permanent APRS set solution program. Oh, and we just heard the Digipeater down in Eugene. We heard it via... Yeah, we heard it through W7 SRA. So I realistically do hear pretty much the entire state of Oregon. Even though my local transmission range is only about... I get 50 miles in one direction and about 10 miles in all the other directions, which is still not bad, all things considered. I know Idiotville, Menser, Happy Valley, and sometimes Boring does hear me, although it doesn't hear me consistently. I also think I hear the repeater in Longview. I don't remember which one it's called. Plus, there is one on Mount Hood. Yeah, so now we're hearing all the telemetry packets, and then... That's a lot of telemetry. So, as I am currently listening to all this, it's also getting reported onto the global APRS network. Yeah, my packet was actually... What the shit? Oh, that's right, because movement information. Yeah, I was last heard by Happy Valley. I mean, it gives you an idea of just what level of communication. Like, any of these stations, if I wanted to, I could send a message to, and it would travel through the, through Digipeating. So we're also hearing Sweet Home. And no doubt, when I zoom the map out, we'll also see a lot more stations that I am hearing overall. So we're 10% of the way through recording this time lapse. I can fix small mistakes, like if a window loses focus and such. That's easy enough. Just taking a look at Discord, and let's see if there's anything interesting on the amateur radio subreddit while I'm basically waiting. Nope. Nope, no, absolutely no. Like, there's interesting posts, but it's largely just like a handful of technical questions, like that have already been well answered. So what else do we see? Yeah, see, now I'm hearing Menser. That was the fill-in Digipeater case 27. Yeah, like, so apparently, oh yeah, so apparently what I'm hearing at KC7 KJ K. Wow, that is a really hard call sign to say. That's apparently a tower. Oh, and we just heard. Wow, that's chill. So it's interestingly, it's 8 degrees Celsius out on the Gold Coast, and it's 6 degrees local to me. And it does feel like 6 degrees. Oh, and we just heard another. What did we do? We just heard a bus. Or something identifying as a bus. I don't know. I find something about this very satisfying. Like, it's one thing to just key up on the radio and talk. Actually seeing where things are, that's cool. Okay, so we just heard Saddle. Through Saddle, what did we just hear? Oh no, that was actually Saddle's beacon. Ooh, excuse me, I now have hiccups. There's WinHTC. We've heard them earlier. Yeah, wow, they actually beacon quite frequently. Like, it should be a 30-minute net time for stationary stuff. Normally I'd be doing something else while this, but like I said, today's kind of just been a feeling shit sort of day. Someone's sending actual. Oh, that's a WinLink packet we just saw. Also, I like that one. Hey all. That station is actually sending. Oh no, it's being digipeated multiple times. That explains it. This is why I don't like using wide 1.1 in this area, because it lights up all the flipping digipeaters. And then it causes an on-air packet storm. Like, we just received that packet that says "Hey all" 4 times because it was echoed over and over and over and over again. honestly, I'm tempted to load up some music, but the last few times I've loaded music up, I get content ID flag. Not that I care on this stream. Like, I really don't. Yeah, see, the problem is that, like, a lot of royalty-free musics actually aren't. Yeah, I try that tag and absolutely nothing works. So that's Prospect Hill we just heard. I mean, it is, you know, now the more I think about it, it is possible that I am hearing W7 SRA direct. Because now that I think about it, it may have line of sight. What's the distance between here and Salem? 50 miles, 46 miles. Okay, so that is actually, I may actually be hearing that legitimately because it is just within the actual radio horizon of what I could expect to hear. It probably can't hear me, but I could probably send a message to either. Saddle would almost certainly be able to hear W7 SRA. I've actually seen it in the past. I've actually seen W7 SRA. It was actually receiving something as far as Vancouver Island, which means that it was almost certainly getting a propagation boost due to weather phenomenon. These are all 2-meter radio signals. We're obviously not hearing them because I'm not patching through the audio, and I can't actually do that all that easily. Oh, wow, we actually heard Grizzly. I didn't actually see the path that took, but you can see the repeater in the lower right-hand corner. That is... I know there's one on Mount Hood. And we're also hearing the Eugene 1 repeater system. So, yeah. We're just kind of chilling. Time keeps on slipping, 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 slipping. I mean, the worst thing is I could listen to game audio, and, like, I know it would be fine, but I always feel bad using... Basically using things that I don't have a license for, even if no one actually will care. So 13 minutes down, 17 to go. You know, also, some of my shorts have actually been doing pretty well as of late. I haven't put any up in quite a while. See, I'm just taking a look and seeing how my last few things have actually been doing. Because, like I said, right now we're just sort of killing time a little bit. Actually, my last few live streams have done really good, even as VOD. So it does. It's not a complete indication, but I have noticed that if a VOD on a video actually does well, the video itself has a tendency to do so as well, which shouldn't be all that surprising. But wow, yeah, you can actually see that the wind is. It's a standing 19-kilometer wind on the coast, gusting up to 27. I forget what C is. The last value there. Oh, that may be the direction the wind is coming from. Oh, there it is. Wind 27 miles an hour, direction 155, gust 16, temperature 14. So yeah, we're actually hearing weather transmissions that are being put on amateur radio, which I always find is incredibly cool. It's one of the most practical things you can do with amateur radio, and there's even WeatherBot. If I want to get more specific information. Oh, yep, now we're starting to see stations actually start pouring in. Because there are weather stations. There are a few things in Astoria which I can reach, but I generally don't hear. Astoria is right at the corner of where Oregon and Washington, at the very, basically directly where the window, the Direwolf window is, right to the right of that is where Astoria is. Yeah, I think this is. I actually think when this is sped up, it's going to look very. It's going to have an interesting look to it. I'm going to stretch my legs for a bit, just because, like I said, we're kind of killing time here. how much have we actually heard? Yeah, it's a chilly night tonight, but you can see that within the Willamette Valley, it is actually colder. I was going to say warmer, but then my brain realized the numbers that I'm actually seeing. Ooh. Meanwhile, down in Eugene, it is... I don't know. I always enjoy seeing the weather stations. I guess part of this just makes me feel like... What was Diva 2? That's not a valid call sign. Well, it may still be... You know what? I can look it up on the other one, because that may actually not... not Dive. Diva. It just says it's a red dot. Wait, what? Oh, Vancouver, Washington. Wrong Vancouver. It's like, no, I'm not in BC. Why am I hearing a station in BC? It's like, no, that's fake Vancouver. Or real Vancouver, and the other one's fake Vancouver, depending on your national preferences. All right, so that's 24 minutes. I still don't have the Aloha circle, so it hasn't calculated what the actual range is. Oh, there's the Idiot T, the Idiotville Digipeater, which is a fill-in one. But I actually hear a lot of stations on the radio that because my directional antenna is basically pointed right at I-5. It hears the entire river, and then through signal bounce, it actually hears a bit further up. I hear most of the I-5 corridor. I don't hear Metro Portland as well as I would like. I think because the antenna is... I have some obstructions with where the antenna is facing, and so I suspect due to that, I don't actually hear it directly. I hear it through digipeaters. Like, yeah, there's another one. I heard there's KF7 THC9. The SSID numbers actually do have meanings, or they have de facto meanings. That's a digital yeah, I've looked at that one before. That's W7ESS. It's a Vera station. I really need to try and figure out how to get Vera working. I just don't like it as a mode because of how proprietary it is. It's not even... It doesn't even document how it works, which, technically speaking, I'm not even sure is legal. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's not, but no one actually cares, so whatever. Yeah, that Diva 2 station isn't even sending a proper identifier. Whether it's a pirate station or not, I don't know. It's just a red dot. "27 minutes. And we get another weather report from KK7DS. I don't actually see that on the map. I don't know, maybe I should send that "Hey All" station an actual report, actual message. 29 minutes. I'm assuming it counts from when I reset the map to calculate Aloha. A lot of stationary cars. I don't recognize the the vendor number offhand. GPRS PR is what the vendor is, because APRS uses oh, and there's my location packet. GPS PR APRS. Nope. Doesn't come up with a Google search. Oh, and there's the Digipeater down in Newport, which I'm hearing via OR2, which I'm not seeing on this map, although it could easily be buried. Like I said, there's a lot of APRS traffic in this area. Well, that's 30 minutes. I'll give it a little. My stopwatch says we have 3 more minutes to go, so I'm going to give it another 3 minutes and see if the Aloha circle shows up, and if not, I'll stop recording, and then we're just going to pan the map for a while. Yeah, Portland. Catherine, I moved to Portland 2 months ago. Literally drove cross country. I'm here. How long I'm here, I'm not exactly sure for, because this is only a stop on what will be my final destination. But my final destination, I can't. It's a long story, and I will share that story when it's all said and done, not beforehand. But yeah, I'm currently living in the Portland metro area, which is why you can see that I stick out like a sore thumb, because I have a 2 call sign in the land of 7. I'm right there in the center of the map, if you can spot it. I mean, is it drawing the Aloha circle and I'm just not seeing it? Yeah, I love Portland. I actually lived in Portland for almost 5 years, from 2010 to almost the end of 2014. And then after I quit my job at Canonical, I got on a plane and I went to Alaska for a year. And I really did a lot of soul searching when I was up there. After that, I moved back to New York, which that part was not one of my better moves, but I was under a lot of pressure to move closer to quote unquote home. So I did it. And then I was kind of getting ready to leave right as the pandemic blew up under me. So that a lot of other things then happened after that. And when you get stuck in a bad situation, it takes a very long time to liberate yourself from said bad situation. 1 minute left before it theoretically completes a full net cycle. Yeah, I should. I mean, I'm still kind of getting settled in, although at least for the moment, the biggest problem with, shall we say, face-to-face interactions is I have a sleep disorder, and that's why I'm awake at 2:30 a.m. at the moment. It's formally diagnosed as delayed phase sleep disorder, but it's in practice closer to non-24 because I don't keep consistent hours from day to day. It's gotten worse as I got older, and it kind of reached its current form when I turned 26, 25, 26. That's interesting. It should have calculated the Aloha circle by now. It's possible that the net time in X-Aster is set wrong. All right, well, there's the alarm. All right, so let me stop this clip. And then let me start a new one. Let's actually see how much I actually heard. Because I should have heard more than this. Well, let me rephrase that. Oh no, maybe that's all I'm actually hearing tonight. On certain times, I will actually hear as far as Seattle. Although I did actually hear as far... I heard about... How far is here? Station info. Because this looks like the furthest station I actually heard. And, I don't want a center. I want station info. Yeah, so I've heard this station through digipeating. It's almost 100 kilometers away. Actually, how did I hear the station? I heard it... Yeah, I heard it through W7 SRA. I really just need to bite the bullet and just adopt a new APRS client. I like X-Aster for several reasons, but even I'm starting to recognize that it's kind of run its thing. So one of the other things I want to do is we can do send message to. Oh, wow, that's lagging. That is actually lagging. Oh, it's not WX dot. So if I send... Come on. If I send it a call sign, it will give me the weather near that. And I want to just change the path. And I will just send it... I'm just going to send it through Idiotville. I'm assuming that's going to hit an iGate. If it doesn't, apply, send. It's waiting to see if it actually managed to send the message out. Let me bring up the... Yeah, I saw the message go out, but there was no reply. So, cancel pending. Use default path. So if I send it a call sign, right, and that goes out, And now I get to see if it actually comes back. Yeah, someone's actually sending a lot of WinLink stuff on this frequency band. That's attempt 3 to send that packet. Am I not being heard by an iGate? That doesn't make sense. I wonder if WeatherBot's down. Cancel pending. Let me try a different one. Let me try APRS-PH. That's the Philippines APRS network, but it's open to all. And let me just send a question, because that'll just give me the commands. Oh, yeah, that got a response. Well, I saw it send a response, but it didn't actually seem to reply to it. Yeah, because I see the packets coming back. Why is it not? Oh, no, I did acknowledge message. Yeah, see, I can see the messages actually coming back, but it's not actually seeming to hear the damn thing. Let's see here. Cancel pending. Clear message. Close. Interface control. What are you using as a path? Oh, and there it goes. Now, and then it shows all the messages. All right. Yeah, you don't. We want to just go wide 1-1. Are you done yet? It was weird that it took that long for it to handle that. All right, clear message history. I'm waiting to see if it's going to hear. Yeah, now, because it didn't hear the acknowledgement packets, it's just basically spamming me. Because I sent it wide 2-1, which was a mistake. I have to wait for all these to clear out. Because I'm a genius. Come on. Yeah, that's what's called a packet storm. I just accidentally caused one because I had my repeater settings wrong. It'll flush out in a few minutes. But that's the importance of making sure your repeater path is set correctly, which a lot of people never do. What iGate is actually hearing me? So I'm hearing APRS HFI. I'm hearing it Yeah, that path is wrong, and because I sent it wide to 1... Oh, God. The packet storm is real. Chat, I broke it. I actually did break it. It should drain out in a moment. All right, I need to actually find an eye gate I can use. Who's actually hearing me? Because I can use that as my eye gate. Stations that hear me directly. Is Happy Valley an eye gate? It is actually an eye gate, so I can use that. So, message. Hold on, let me make sure there's no pending messages in the queue. Oh, what did I do? Yeah, apparently I'm only hearing the state of Oregon tonight. Apparently I'm not even hearing Washington. Which is funny because it's right next door, but yeah, you know. Alright, so clear outgoing messages. Send message to. Change path. Okay, so if I only want to just guess, let me just see if I can actually get Weatherbot this time. And then I think I can just put Portland OR. Send now. I wonder if Weatherbot's down. When was the last time it was heard? Weatherbot was heard 28 minutes ago. That does kind of imply that it's not exactly having a happy right now. Alright, at the risk of breaking everything again. I'm going to send exactly one packet. No, 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 don't send it wide one. Don't. I have the path set. Hold on, why did it send the path like that? Clear all outgoing messages. And cancel pending messages. Is this not respecting the path, or did I screw something up? Yeah, so I guess when it's doing a gating thing. I mean, I wonder if this is only a. I mean, it should be able to transmit. I don't know why this is completely broken tonight. I send message to WeatherBot, and WeatherBot don't work. I send message to... Alright, let's hear. Clear message history. Change path. Because that's the path it's hearing me on, but that is not what it should be hearing me. You know what? Let me just put direct, no path. Because Happy Valley can hear me directly. So if I put just last 5, so it shows me the last messages sent to the net. Do you behave? No, but it sends it wide 1 anyway. iGate to RF path. Yeah, that makes sense. I also don't like how much this is lagging. Like, this was fine earlier, and now it's going very, very slowly. I think this is how you do the group messages. I was meaning to try this feature out before, but oh, actually, I think this sends to answer server, so I think what I do, I think it's, what, hog T, and then last. So it did send it. Funny is I've done this plenty of times before and it always worked, and then of course the one time I need to actually get for footage, of course it doesn't work. Why would it work? That would be way too easy. All right, let me go to interface control. I get to RF path. Path 1, APX 221 via. Let me just. You go away. Let me see here. Now, if I just do that. I'm not convinced that that's going to work. Oh, yeah, no, it did actually get the messages. All right, so send. Oh, I know what's happening. I have this horrible sensation. I know what's happening. Because I'm looking at... Because... Oh, freaking hell. It's Direwolf being very stupid. That's what's happening. Yeah, I know exactly what it's doing. God damn it. Let me restart Direwolf. Because it's actually trying to digipeat my own messages, which it shouldn't. Yeah. Yeah, now it looks like it's actually working. Acknowledge message. And there's the check-ins. So 5 messages retrieved, although it doesn't seem like I actually got all 5. I also think the band is so tied up right now. Maybe, yeah. Message 2, message 3, message 4. Well, okay, so I learned something new. You can't have digipeating enabled in Direwolf if you actually want it to be able to, you know, work. So the next question I have is if I go to the open group messages, and this would be answer server. All right, so let's see if we can actually get this to work. So if I do, so it should be. All right, does that actually go out this time the way I expect it? No. And it once again sends it wide to 2, which of course is not what I actually want to do. Maybe it has to be... Oh, there we go. 9 messages sent. And then if I want to get, like, last... Nope, that just pops up additional messages, which I don't really want to do. I have never figured out how this feature actually works, and I feel like I've gone completely off from... I've completely managed to get off what I was trying to do originally. Yeah, I'm not even showing up in the log file. Because you also see the other messages basically coming in. Wait, am I hearing answer server or am I hearing... oh, I think I'm hearing Philippine HF. Let me look at them and see which station I'm actually hearing. VK3 NCR. Yeah, that just came in. So yeah, that's change path. Oh, and X-Aster just crashed. Hey, Nubhov. Sorry, I've been a little bit distracted from chat. Right now, I'm just kind of screaming right now because nothing is working the way I want it to work, and it's kind of driving me up a wall. All right, let me restart X-Aster so we get any sort of messages that are actually, like, you know, trying to come in. See, now look, it's now, like, nice, fast, and not lagging. But we are also, I think we're also hearing duplicate messages now. So if I want to unsign out, if I want to sign out of the net, it's APRS PH and then send a U. And that should sign me out of the net. Because it, oh God, it just... Yeah, see, like, there's acknowledgements coming in, but X-Aster doesn't seem to be seeing them. Okay, so apparently show pending messages actually ends up on the flipping console. So it says you're not checked in today, but I'm also getting a whole ton of messages from this net. Oh, hold on. I may not be the person who subscribed to the net. It may have been receiving this traffic all the way through. Although, as you can see, now we're getting duplicate messages because they're digipeating like crazy. I have to figure there has to be a less stupid way to do this. There has to be a less stupid way to do this. Configure. I mean, it tells me I'm not on the net, but we're still receiving packets from it. All right, I'm just not going to touch it and see if anything else still comes in. So transmit to iGate. Oh. Oh, I see what's happening. The problem is that I think Direwolf is also reporting packets that are coming in over. Yeah, we're getting something being sent towards us that's just like a lot of random crap. I mean, that's not valid APRS packets. Something has just gone. Like, is this actually being transmitted over? Yeah, that is actually being transmitted over radio. And it's being transmitted very loudly over radio. And then I just send an acknowledgement post on. God damn it. Yeah, I'm just going to shut the interface down because at this point I don't even know what I'm doing. So I kind of need to think about this and then. Let me take a break. I will come back to this. I'll be back in a few minutes. think well, I haven't gotten any more messages, so I think the packet storm has subsided. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna close the client for now, and we're just not going to care. Oh no, yeah, we're just gonna close the client for now. That was irritating and frustrating. I don't know. I'm sort of tempted just to shut the stream down here because.
Who needs highly trained professionals when the world is filled with licensed amateur radio operators equipped with C compilers? This is, after all, as I previously shown, AX-25 is used in amateur digital communications with the International Space Station. It is also used as a transport medium.
All right, well, this is where the area I wanted that time lapse for. So why don't I just like put that where? Why don't I just put that on the timeline before I go even more insane? Because I really feel like I'm losing my mind right now. Okay, so it already put that in the clip directory. Yeah, so this is the one I wanted. And then I just basically want to make this a big giant time lapse. And then let's just change clip speed to... It's a 30-minute clip, so why don't I just set the time to 5,000. Perhaps not that low. Actually, you know what? That was almost spot on perfect. I just need a little lower than that. Then we just zoom it in slightly. So how's that look?
As I previously shown, AX-25 is used in amateur digital communications with the International Space Station. It is also used as a transport medium for APRS, a digital mode for transmitting short position reports and text messages.
Okay, so that fills in that clip right there, and that actually fills in. So how does this actually look?
Be licensed. As I previously shown, AX-25 is used in amateur digital communications with the International Space Station. It is also used as a transport medium for APRS, a digital mode for transmitting short position reports and text messages. However, while AX-25 is still used, the Linux kernel's implementation isn't. Instead, amateurs typically use third-party userland applications, even on Linux, to generate and transmit AX-25 frames. To understand why that is, we need to talk about what AX-25 actually is under the hood, and then work our way up from there. So, let's break it down. Before we get into AX-25 itself, let's first look at how data packets are transported over Ethernet. This is the OSI model of how data
Okay, you know, I think I'm actually happy with that. How that little time lapse came out. Now, what I want to do is I need to put a little bit of text on screen. Time lapse of encoding APRS traffic in Portland, OR. And then finally, okay, cool. So then what we do is we take these three, we extend that for the full length, and let's change the color. And I will also add a background to each one. Okay, so now we just need to make it all look tidy. I always worry I put too much text in my videos. But I do think they... I don't know. Pretty sure, like, professional video editors would have objections to the way I format my videos. Alright, and then you need to be cropped. And then... Actually, and then what I'll do is, yeah, let's do a fade in here. Then we fade in here a few seconds later. And when this fades in,
some provisions for their own citizens to be licensed. As I previously shown, AX-25 is used in amateur digital communications with the International Space Station. It is also used as the transport medium for APRS, a digital mode for transmitting short...
why are you lagging now? Like... Oh, that's right, because I didn't keyframe this properly. Because of course I didn't. There are just days where I feel like I shouldn't have even gone out of bed, and this is very much feeling like one.
Still use.
Alright, let's see how that looks.
To be licensed. As I previously shown, AX-25 is used in amateur digital communications with the International Space Station. It is also used as the transport medium for APRS, a digital...
Apparently I have a single frame I have to cut out.
International Space Station. It is also used as the transport... Also,
because I saw the flicker. Like, there's probably like one frame where I was tabbed out.
digital communications.
There it is. Yeah, it's exactly one frame. Alright, so I just need to cut out that frame as such. What I can do is I can just splice here and I can just cover it up.
The International Space Station.
Yep.
Is also used as the transport medium for APRS, a digital mode for transmitting short position reports and text messages. However, while AX-25 is still used, the Linux implementation isn't. Instead, amateurs typically use third-party userland applications, even on Linux, to generate and transmit AX-25 frames. To understand why that is,
Yeah, actually, I'm really happy. That actually came out a lot better than I was expecting it to. Yeah, because the messages basically slide in, and then you have an explanation of what you're actually seeing.
We need to talk about what AI.
Though I am a little worried that's too
AX25
small.
actually is under the hood, and then work our way up from there. So let's break.
You know what I can do then is I can cut, paste, and I don't want to do the whole thing. I can just do it like that. And I can instead just zoom it in. And let's see how that looks.
Userland applications, even on Linux, to generate and transmit AX25 frames. To understand why that is, we need to talk about what AX25 actually is under the hood, and then work our way up. Even on Linux, to generate and transmit AX25 frames. To understand why that is, we need to talk about what AX25 actually is under the hood, and then work up from there. So let's break it.
Yeah, you know what?
So let's get into AX25 itself. Let's first look at how data.
So aside from this little clip here, which I have to actually go film with the camera, that means we basically have all the footage done through to the 7-minute mark, which, oh! That's my chair's back almost snapping off. I just felt it go click as I leaned back, and that was about me. Hey, X, I hope you're having a good night tonight. I just partially started losing my mind because of... I mean, hell, I got the time lapse, which is exactly what I was hoping to get for that section, and... So then we get into this whole thing about here, and then we were talking about... What's the next voice clip?
Vanessa. Instead of using... It's here where we reach our first major departure of what makes AX25 such a unique beast.
So what do I actually want to do for the footage in this section? Man, I almost wonder if I could cut this entire bit. Hey, Deathless Pig. It's going all right. I was going a little bit mad earlier because radio not cooperate, and I suspect I'm doing something wrong in my operation. But I did actually get a time lapse, like, of radio stations being recorded, and that actually makes me really happy. Like, yeah, that actually came out really nice. We also did the entire diagram of, and you can see it's a lot of text effects, to put together basically an overview of the OSI model. It's not designed to be comprehensive. This is designed to be targeted towards a layman, which is always kind of like, the more technical I make a video, the less clicks it gets. It's depressing, and I hate targeting, like, I hate using the term least common denominator, but realistically speaking, the biggest channels on YouTube are those that appeal to the broadest bases. And I mean, let's put it like this. There's a reason why Logan Paul is one of the biggest influencers, is because well, I mean, I think that's all I have to actually say right there. So with the exception, so this little section here, I'm going to go film on the compact portable with the actual, like, you know, hand camera. Just kind of thinking about what comes next, because I don't want to go too deep into the weeds here. Actually, I think I'm good with that section being more or less as is. Section 2, I think I want to rephrase this. I actually wonder if I have the footage. I wonder if I actually have the footage for this. Let me take a look at my little stream in my stream archive, because I have to go like actually fish it out. So be it.
That's not.
I suspect I did not actually grab the thing I need to grab. Or maybe I did. Hold on, hold on. Well, I did, but I don't show the full packet, so I think I have to actually go grab this again. My soul hurts. And funny enough, Deathless Pig, I never actually made a real video out of that. I did those as charity fundraisers originally, and I used to. I was an Ubuntu core dev. I still am. I know a lot of people really enjoyed those videos, but for me, it was probably one of the most boring. I don't want to say it was boring, but I was basically just commentating on. My biggest problem with making Linux videos is I do not personally find them interesting, but I also do them because they're fan favorites. So I have to kind of strike a happy medium between not going completely insane myself and making stuff that people want to watch on YouTube. I am still really depressed that my last video, though, kind of tanked. That was the What Does It Take to Run Doom on Windows NT4 for PowerPC. And it just... Then again, my last few videos have not done super well. Like, I feel like the channel's not... Well, we'll see. Then again, I really have just one video that has like gone super viral, and that was the I guess what happens is I had a string of videos that basically all blew up once in a while, and my more recent videos is about what I would expect from my subscriber count. But it's hard to sometimes get used to low video views when you've had much bigger successes. It's frustrating. All right. Let's go make some radios make some actual noise. So let me control C Direwolf here. And then let's go on here. Let me pull up FL Rig. Apparently it's not even saving. Yeah, like, because I keep having to manually set the transceiver. It's like it's not even saving its configuration. And this is because I'm too lazy to go to the other room and actually, you know, set the damn thing. You know, if I just do a clean close of FL Rig, will it actually remember the settings for once? Because that would be nice. Also, oh, no wonder... oh, good, you're not actually actively capturing packets. I would be thinking, oh, no wonder it's been going so slow. Oh, yeah, cool. That actually did make it save its settings. All right, so let me take it off the APRS frequency band. Let's go back to 130, back to here. So, last time we were here, I thankfully saved most of the commands I was using. All right, so that... AX25 port is bound. Now, thankfully, I did write down the magic tuning command, which actually made the whole damn thing work. Okay. KISS protocol set. So that's all the magic values there. The Chromebook is up and running, so let me just connect to it over SSH. Alright, so... Wait for Direwolf to start up. And actually, let me get Wireshark listening on the interface. Okay. Let me turn on the radio, or the little handheld radio. Oh, you know, it helps. It helps if I had not left the radio running last night. Thankfully, I threw a spare battery pack on the charger because the battery pack plugged into the radio is completely dead. Okay. Let's send a ping. Ping 446151 1. Oh, right. They're on the same IP address because I probably set that wrong. Well, at least they're hearing each other. 6151 1. What are you listening to? Like, hold on. I need my monitoring radio just to see if we are actually.
Frequency mode.
All right, volume set. Are you not actually hearing it, or K2JRT1 incomplete? So no, you do actually know where it is. Okay, it's not supposed to be doing that. Which tells me the volume level's wrong, and that's why Pulse Audio. Oh, are you listening on the wrong interface? You might be listening to, you might be saying the audio out on the wrong place. That's probably why you're not working. Alright, where are you actually? Output device. Input device. Right, I probably have to, I probably just have to set the ARP manually. Set. So the ping comes out. Hey, look, there's pings. Very slow pings, but they are pings. Alright, so yeah, that's actually what I want. So let me grab the snipping tool for that. What did I just save that as? So AX25 and Wireshark. Says it's there. Oh, there it is. And now we can listen to pings.
Instead of using unique identifiers, identifiers encoded in hardware via AX25, such a unique beast. Instead of using unique
So what do I actually want to show here? And what I can do is, yeah, you know what? What I can do is I can make this bigger, and then I can highlight the source and destination. So let's grab an adjustment clip. You really don't appreciate how much effort goes into making a video until you start doing it regularly. And like, you know, I'm just a single person. Okay, cool. So I want to invert that, and then I just want to make everything else darker. Oh, I wish there was a better way to do this. I used to know a better way using Fusion, but it's fallen out of my brain, and I just can't be asked to relearn how to use Fusion at the moment. It's what I get for not making a video for over a year, is that a good chunk of stuff is just like completely fallen out of my brain. All right. So I basically want everything else to get. You know what, let's reset this. Can I tint you? Almost. And then what I want is a second node. I want the inverse of that. Yeah, I want outside node, and then I want everything else to get darker. Yeah, kind of like that. Okay. With the slight catch is I don't want the whole frame to get darker, so what I can do is I can set a power window. Like that.
Identifiers encoded in hardware, AX25 frames are addressed to a specific call sign and are combined with an SSID. Which functions as a port number. As you can see here in this Wireshark packet trace, my call sign KD2JRT exists in both the source and destination field.
Alright, so now we've got that. So you know what I'll do is I'll show the whole packet trace first. Like so.
As you can see here in this Wireshark packet trace.
And what we can do is then we can just zoom into a much bigger version of that. I need to clip that a little better. You know, I definitely do feel like I'm making headway on this, which is probably the most important thing, because like the last few projects I've tried, I either kind of hate what I make or I just keep spinning my wheels over and over again. And we're just listening to random pings. Okay. Did I not import that photo? No, I didn't.
My call sign KD2JRT exists in both the source and destination field, with two machines being on two different SSIDs. Wire.
All right, so now I need to get a clip of Wireshark doing a thingy. So let me restart current capture, save without, and then let's get OBS up. Start recording. All right, it's PuTTY, not terminal. Okay, so let me do something that's gonna make some noise in the network. So Control C that. Yeah, Python. Well, it did download, but I didn't actually get the clip I wanted, so let me restart the packet transfer. Let's try that again. Okay. You know, I don't think that one actually helps because it only just shows IPs and also shows a lot of packet retransmissions, which is not exactly what I'm trying to do here. You know what, let me reset the... You know what? I'm curious. Sudo ifconfig ax0mt128. Does that actually make it go better? I mean, I guess it works. All right, so what was I doing again before I got slightly distracted by doing that?
Field with two machines being on two different SSIDs. This allows AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission on licensed radio bands. Actually, you know, I think I might want to keep the audio for that. This allows X25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission unlicensed SIDs. This allows AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission unlicensed radio bands. AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission unlicensed radio bands. Every station must identify itself at regular intervals. This allows AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission. 82 JRT exists in both the source and destination field, with two machines being on two different SSIDs. This allows AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements.
Yeah, I think this actually worked better the other way.
Two machines being on two different SSIDs. This allows AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission unlicensed radio bands.
All right, so now I need the Part 97 rules. Part 97 rules. Station identification. Sorry, I'm just right now, I'm currently actually reading the actual FCC rules. You know, I'm looking at the actual station identification rules, and it doesn't actually say that AX25 without a Morse beacon would be valid. I know, I've never heard a Morse beacon, like CW emission, phone emission, It probably count English language, Nick. Oh, here it's by a ready transmission using the specified. Yeah, data burst transmissions. I believe they're considered on the same rules ready was. That's also why there was a symbol rate. Yeah, let me actually look at this because. I actually haven't looked at the. It's been a while since I sat my technician years ago, so this is actually a pretty good refresher. Yeah, I think as far as station admissions go, the actual text here is a little bit behind what is actually done. Yeah, because by using a ready emission, using a specified data code when all or part is transmitted by ready. Yeah, okay, that is really shitty wording, but yeah, it looks like it is in fact valid. All right, so because, like I said, there is a lot of APRS traffic, and if that isn't valid, then there's a lot of hams who are, myself included, who would be violating the rules. But as far as I know, that is completely valid. Station identification.
Every station must identify itself or via a separate transmission in Morse code on the same frequency band, either in the transmission protocol itself. Every station must identify itself at regular intervals, either in the transmission protocol itself or via a separate transmission in Morse code on the same frequency band. Furthermore, AX25 is both a layer 2 and or via.
I can just get rid of that little bit of the sentence, and we just cut that back.
Identify itself at regular intervals. Furthermore, itself at regular intervals. Either in the transmission protocol itself or via a separate transmission in Morse code on the same frequency band.
Because, I don't want people putting the rules up and then being flipping nitpicked in. Screw it. I think I can just put it up. Part 97. How long is this little... Yeah, I can just be a little lazy here.
Transmission on licensed radio bands. Protocol itself, or via a separate transmission in Morse code on the same frequency band.
Yeah, it's still not a
Meet one of the legal requirements for transmission on licensed radio bands.
Yeah, let's rewrite that to be a little less. For purposes of data transmission, this must either be in the form. Purposes of data transmission, it's considered valid identification if one's call sign is transmitted as part I'm a little worried that that just sounds stupid, but every station must identify itself at regular intervals. For purposes of data transmission, is considered valid. It's considered acceptable, although. Okay, I think going forward, I am actually going to run the CW beacon because APRS is well understood, but I might as well just cover my ass. Not that anyone's really going to care. The worst that's going to happen is the FCC is going to send. I would get it wouldn't even be the FCC; it'd be the regional director. And there is a difference between being an asshat on radio and making an operating mistake. Like, the FCC will not generally nuke your license at the first provocation. In fact, enforcement actions they're not necessarily rare, but they're also not common. This allows AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission on This allows AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission on licensed radio bands. Every station must identify itself at regular intervals. For the purposes of data transmission, it is considered acceptable if one's call sign is transmitted in that protocol as long as it is a known and documented mode.
transmission on licensed. This allows AX25 to trivially meet one of the legal requirements for transmission on licensed radio bands. Every station must identify itself at regular intervals. For the purposes of data transmission,
And then I can show the second part of that. You know, I'm actually going to throw a question up on Reddit. Because honestly, I'm not sure on this one, so I will... As far as station identification goes... You know, I like. Hold on. Is it, does the law actually define ready? Because if it doesn't actually define ready, then it doesn't actually matter. Because technically, anything here is ready and data code transmissions. When authorized, may it emanate ready 5-star. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about this. I really am not. This is standard practice. Like, people who are using Pactor modems don't send ready emissions. So, unless every flipping ham is actually wrong, I'm assuming the statute treats all data modes as a variation of ready. Because essentially that is what it is, although ready is itself also a mode. The term radio teletype is used to describe both the original radio teletype system, sometimes described as baudant, as well as the entire family of systems connecting two or more teleprinters or PCs to emulate teleprinters over. I'm actually really I think I should ask this. Screw it. I'm just gonna throw the question up, and then like the worst that happens is that actually, you know, here's what defines ready. When authorized by an amateur radio station, blah, 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 5-stop transmission code. Amateur may transmit radio data emission using a digital code specified in this paragraph. May use any technique whose technical characteristics have been documented publicly, such as Clover. AX25 counts as a publicly documented. It has a published standard. Actually, no. It says radio emission by specified digital code. No, I'm just overthinking this. The that is about as clear as mud. Thank you, FCC. I love Scotch. I don't think I want to get legal advice from an LLM. But no, in this case, I'm almost certain I'm correct about this. Otherwise, there's a lot of hams who are operating illegally, which yeah.
Documented mode. Furthermore, AX25 is both a layer 2 and layer 4 sign is transmitted in that protocol.
transmission is considered acceptable if one's call sign is transmitted in that protocol as long as it's a known and documented mode. Furthermore, AX25 is both a Layer 2 and Layer 3 protocol with awareness of how its typical Layer 1 medium works. As such, it includes both a form of frame routing known as a repeater path and has optional and largely obsolete add-on protocol known as ROSE and NetROM for handling more complex routing scenarios.
How far into my script am I actually? I'm here. All right. I've been at this for almost 6 hours. Let me see if I've got any more energy. Costis, most people would just transmit it in CW or modulated CW, but looking closely at the text, what it actually says is by a RTTY emission using a specified digital code when all of the transmission is a RTTY or data admission. What this basically boils down to is if I was using, I haven't gone to it yet in the script, but AX25 can also be used in a keyboard-to-keyboard mode, and there's other such modes like PSK35 can be used in such a way. When you're operating in such a way, your the call sign has to be manually typed in. AX25 handles that, and while the reading of this is kind of garbage, it I would assume that would count as a RTTY admission for the purposes of this section. If not, every bit of APRS traffic I've ever heard on amateur radio is illegal. So I'm assuming it's, and to be fair, commercial stations actually have to meet these rules too. If you've ever listened to OTA broadcast TV, they have to transmit their call sign at least once an hour. I think it's once every 30 minutes, and on the top of the hour, with some exceptions, as long as if it would prevent interruptions. This is a requirement for all radio bands, all licensed radio bands. Unlicensed ones are a free-for-all. Well, see, I love Scotch. The biggest thing is, and I hate to kind of put this, a lot of amateur radio videos are people kind of just reciting out of the book. I don't personally find amateur radio YouTube very interesting, and I am a licensed ham. I think what makes this one interesting, but the thing is that very few people are actually doing anything unique or talking with it. Like half of it is talking about various antennas and propagation. There are certainly videos on APRS, but, you know, I'm actually going to do a little bit of a Google search. Let me type Ampernet into Google. Yeah, there's like 3 videos all talking about Ampernet, and none of them even have the word TCP/IP or Linux in it. There is one here, Raspberry Pi, TNC Pi, and TCP/IP over AX25 packet baud radio. So there are a few, but yeah, they're pretty few and far between. Yeah, it's just the word. Part 97 rules are almost 100 years old. The amateur radio service in the United States, I believe, started in 1930. And some parts of those rules have been unchanged since then. So it doesn't really surprise me that parts of these Part 97 is complete mud. The magic words here is documented technique. AX25 would be considered a document operator technique because it's a documented modulation. VARA, which is undocumented, I think would actually run afoul of these rules, but I am not certain on that. It's something I should probably ask Reddit. But use of VARA is also accepted. Like, The FCC considers amateurs to be self-regulating to an extent. So, how do I describe this? Essentially, if it doesn't specifically run afoul amateur radio rules as put forth by the FCC, it's assumed that hams will operate with their own best judgment. In a case like this, where the common practice and the rules appear to align but may have not been actually, but not one to one, the FCC would be more likely issue like a guidance or a warning before they do anything. But APRS and AX25 frames go back to the 70s. And so if there is an actual station identification issue here, I have never heard of it. And so I am going to assume that everything here is good and copacetic. I'm going to stretch out for a bit just because, like I said, I've been sitting at my desk for 6 hours now. Modern hams, APRS, BPS. That actually sounds cool. I actually want, one of my things that I actually want to do is I've been wanting to write a book for about a year now. Unfortunately, the book I want to write, I don't think I have the skills to write, at least not yet. But I am kind of planning on writing a book about amateur radio because I'm helping someone else get on air for the first time. And at this point, I've been licensed for 8 years. So I feel like if I'm going to write something, I might as well write something about amateur radio. Hey Pam, I think I'm going to stretch my legs for a bit, and then we will continue. I have to actually figure out how I'm going to get the copy of the repeater path. I think if I just set Wireshark and tune it, it would. Yeah, you know what? That would entirely work. I think I might want to actually Oh wow, that's impressive. I love Scotch. I think one of the first things I would want, if nothing else, I would want to write a book on amateur radio over amateur radio, simply for the sheer novelty, because I don't think anyone's ever done that before. And I want this to be a collaborative work from as many hams as I can possibly get. So what my end game here is, part 2 of this is going to be involving setting up a packet BBS and also setting up 44net. So you don't have to live in Portland, Oregon, and I don't have to have the HF antenna constantly running for said packet BBS. And then, essentially, as I write it out, I'm hoping that I can get enough interest that other people will be interested in to commentate on it as I am writing it. Because I'll probably end up live streaming myself doing this. I don't know if it will actually go anywhere, but you know what? I'll be happy to simply have done it. All right. Let me stretch. Let me get a little fresh air, and then I gotta get back into this. I wonder if I can just get a picture of the repeater path in action. If I, yeah, like, so what happens if I just go put this back on the APRS frequency? Yep, and those are AX25 frames being decoded. That's actually, I've never, oh, that's funny. Wireshark doesn't actually have a, it doesn't actually, it doesn't actually have a decoder for APRS. Let me find one from an actual station. Yeah, here we go. Okay, that's kind of cool actually seeing APRS traffic in what's the full protocol actually? NLO, I have no idea what that actually stands for. Oh, no layer 3. There's no layer 3 protocol in use because you have to actually specify it in the frame. Yeah, I'm starting to run on fumes. I think I'm going to wrap this up soon.
Furthermore, AX25 is both a Layer 2 and Layer 3 protocol with awareness of how its typical Layer 1 medium works.
I don't even know what to use as a visual for this. I think I'm actually spent. I've been at this for what? 6 hours? Yeah, I just took past 6 hours. Widely used. Fortunately, I'm pretty sure I said it correctly in the voiceover, but yeah, it's 5 in the morning. I think I'm gonna call it here because at this point I am. All right, folks. Thank you all who tuned in. If you want to support the channel, the links are in the description, or consider buying a QSL card from my store. Until next time, this is your host N Commander, also known as KD2JRT, signing off. Catch you all later.